One. So for today's coding stream, we'll be coding the lightning ring. And after that, what I'm gonna do is, okay, let me just open up the poll. So there was a poll a couple of days ago, and the question was, which weapon do you want to see coded in coding stream 5? And the item that got the highest number of votes was lightning ring, so we're gonna do that. The reason why we are creating a couple of weapons before we roll out the new weapon system as part 15 of the series is because we want to make sure that the system is robust enough. So we are probably gonna create a couple more weapons. So if time allows, I might create a lightning ring followed by the whip, since it's the second most requested item weapon. And then we're also gonna look at the passive weapon, passive item system, and seeing whether I want to and seeing whether we want to release it as part of part 15 or do we want to rework the weapon system first and then release the reworked weapon system before we move on to handling the passive items. Sorry, passive items. So probably what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the weapon system working. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a couple more weapons, as many weapons as I can today using this new system. After that's done, and once I feel that the entire system is robust enough, it's flexible enough for us to support multiple different kinds of weapons, then we will release it as part 15. So accompanying the release of the part 15 video, we are also going to release a couple of tutorials of how you can, how we created, say, the fire one, or lightning ring, or the whip, using the new weapon system. So once we get this working, this is gonna be pretty exciting, and then we're gonna stack on the passive items system on top of it, and then that will be a very organic way for us to provide buffs. So like some passive items, they reduce your cooldown, or they increase your area, or they'll increase the number of projectiles that your weapon fires, right? So we can implement the passive items a lot better once we have this new weapon system, again because the stats that our weapons have will be incremental, so it's not fixed every level. So and we can also have you know, in Vampire Survivors, you can buy buffs for your characters and stuff, right? So we can also do that, and then specific characters have like limited buffs for a short amount of time, like the Clarice, I think she has an 80% area buff, right? So yes, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try and implement as many of these weapons as I can. Today we have 4 hours, or rather I have 4 hours of coding, so I'm gonna get right to it. So if you're here, thanks for joining. I understand that the coding streams might not be as exciting as a full-on video, so once this is up, the weapon system is up, as fast as possible, we'll put together a video explaining how the weapon system and the weapon system works. So what we have with the lightning ring is, so there are a couple of ways you can implement this. One way we can do it is we can code a different aura object for the lightning ring, or we can use projectiles. So we can have the lightning ring work similar to the fire one, in that it fires projectiles, but then the projectile is invisible, and it only activates after the projectile hits the enemy, if that makes sense. So what we can do is we can add to our projectile script, right, a hit effect. So what happens with a lot of projectiles in games, and something that we are missing, is when a projectile hits an enemy, right, there is some kind of effect that appears. Even in Vampire Survivors, we'll see when the knife hits an enemy, there will be an effect. It's just a little splat effect, right? And then when the fireballs from the fire one hit the enemy, there's a small explosion there as well. So every projectile has at least 2 parts. One part is the projectile flying itself, and then the other part is the projectile hitting an enemy that spawns a simple particle effect. So the lightning ring can be a simple effect that spawns, and then we can just have the projectile be invisible. So that's one way to do it. The other way is to code an aura, so it's gonna be similar to garlic, and then the aura will fire once every X number of seconds, and this will damage enemies. So I'm just giving it a think about whether we should use the aura way to do things, or whether we should use the invisible projectile to do it. So first step will be, I'm gonna, for the lightning ring, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go over to the browser first, and I'm gonna just Google the details of the lightning ring just to see how it works, because one limitation of having it as a projectile is that it's never gonna hit. So if you have a crowd of enemies, it's always gonna hit enemies that are nearest to us. It's not gonna hit enemies that are blocked by other enemies. So I want to see whether the lightning ring in Vampire Survivors has a way to do that. Is it able to summon lightning strikes, deal damage to random enemies? When the lightning strikes the ground, it creates a hitbox that deals damage, rather than lightning bolts themselves dealing damage. So Bonuses to the area effect affect how large this hitbox is. Strikes at random enemies. Okay, I'm going to Google some footage of lightning ring in game. So let's see how this works. Trying to find GIFs. If I can't find a GIF, I'm gonna have to play the game itself and get some footage from there. Let's see. Doesn't seem to be a video. They should have the sprites. They should have sprites for the weapon walking, right? Let me head on to the game to check. You know what? I think I'm just gonna fire up the game, and we will just have one round of Vampire Survivors. Then we will see if the lightning ring works. So just give me a moment to fire up the game. Okay, just give me a moment. Yeah, I'm gonna share the gameplay with you guys once I get the game started. Okay, let me just put up the I'm trying to put the game up on screen, but it doesn't. Just give me a moment. Sorry about that. I didn't expect that I'll be playing Vampire Survivors over here. I'm trying to set up the game. Just give me a moment. I'm gonna add my face right here. So what we are doing is we're just gonna fire up Vampire Survivors very quickly and get some footage of how the lightning ring works, because we're trying to find out whether the lightning ring does it work as an invisible projectile in the game, or does it work as, you know, a true area of effect weapon. Trying to stream, trying to get the Vampire Survivors window to appear, but it doesn't want to appear, so I'm gonna have to play around with some configurations a little bit. Okay, let's try this again. Where is my gameplay window? Is this working? Let me just do a quick check. See if you guys are seeing it. You guys seeing it? Let me try this one more time. See whether this technical issue is there. Okay, just did a quick test. It appears that the lightning ring strikes enemies in an area, so it's able to strike enemies that are behind an enemy, so we cannot do it as a projectile, which means we probably have to do it as an aura effect. So when I have a look at the aura code that we have, this piece of code was created for the garlic, but now we have to retroactively apply it to the lightning ring as well. So let's have a look at code. So the code itself is gonna be pretty straightforward. What we are going to do is just modify the aura to have two modes of damage. One mode of damage will be that every enemy is tracked independently, and then the other mode of damage would be that this happens once every X number of seconds. So what we have with the garlic basically is that the cooldown is tracked independently for every enemy. So if enemy steps into the garlic area, it gets damaged, and then it has to wait another, let's say the cooldown is 1.3 seconds, right? So he has to wait for another 1.3 seconds before it gets damaged again. So if the garlic is cooling down for one enemy, other enemies can still get damaged by the garlic. So it's quite a different effect. And then for the lightning ring, it's just gonna occur once every X number of seconds. So it doesn't track the cooldowns for the enemies independently. So should I, maybe I should create a different component for this, right? Instead of having it occur every time. Let's look at the weapon script. So the weapon script we have a projectile here. This is the prefab that spawns. Instead of having it as a projectile, you can also have it accept other things, right? Okay, I'm going to create a new script for the lightning ring. We have an aura, we have a projectile. I'm gonna create one more script called a pulse. So I'll explain what it is as I go along. So new script, this script is called pulse. So I'm probably also gonna create a new parent class for all weapon effects. I will get to this later. So we have projectiles, we have the aura, we have pulse. So these are different categories of effects that we will have on our weapons. Okay, let's go with this is the pulse script. So what we want the pulse to do is just to okay, let's create a parent class for all of these. Maybe we should, what should we call it? Weapon. So we have weapon behaviors, weapon controllers. These are all obsolete. Let me just quickly mark all of these scripts as obsolete, and then maybe we can file them into a different folder because we're not using them anymore. Projectile weapon behavior, weapon controller, melee weapon behavior. So I'm just gonna drop all of them under the obsolete folder. Very quickly, let me just label these scripts as obsolete. So the reason why I'm labeling them as obsolete and not deleting them is in case these scripts link anywhere else. If these scripts link to other places, then if the scripts are still there, then we won't break the project. So I'm sure you don't want to see me for 4 hours just doing bug fixing over here. So let's just label this system obsolete. And gotta put a message here. So let me just fire up the rest of the scripts. Make them obsolete as well. Weapon controller is obsolete. Oh, we have a couple of warnings here, right? Telling us that our other scripts are using the obsolete code as well. Okay, you know what? We'll get to that. No worries. Let me just pull up all the whole scripts, right? And then we can label all of them as obsolete. Okay, so let's start our labeling process. Part of the old weapon system, part of the old weapon system, part of the old weapon system, old weapon system. This one is marked obsolete already. This one is not marked obsolete yet. So this is part of the old base by the weapon. So you might be wondering, why am I spending so much time doing documentation? There's quite a lot of codes in this project, so having documentation is always a good thing. It helps you to organize yourself because it forces you to think through everything once more. And all these notes, you know, if you code for a long time, especially since I'm only coding this for once a week, it helps me to track where's everything and what's happening and what are my thoughts. So a lot of coders don't like to write documentation, but I think it's really important. It helps keep everything organized. Yeah. So that is why it's so I've had a lot of times when I coded something and then I took a break from it for even just for a week or two. Sometimes I just forget what I've coded there. So then you know, you have to read through all your codes again just because you don't have comments. Or sometimes you're just coding and you don't know even what you're writing. So when that happens and then you write documentation, you're forcing yourself to kind of organize your thoughts. Okay, let's get back to Unity. So the next thing I'm gonna do is just gonna show you here. All these are old weapon scripts. I'm just gonna move them into the obsolete folder just to keep my new weapon system organized. And then we are also going to move the weapon evolution blueprint into the obsolete folder. Let me just mark it as obsolete as well. And then we'll remake the weapon evolution blueprint. So system will be replacing this with evolution that works with okay, let's move this into the obsolete folder. Okay, so now everything looks cleaner now, right? And what I want to do is to create a new folder here. What name should we call it? So we're gonna group the aura, the projectile, and the pulse under a category of weapon effects. What should we call this? Should we just call it weapon effect? Is it too verbose? Yeah, I think weapon effect sounds about right. Let's get wrong. I shouldn't have created a new script. Let's create a new folder. And we will call this folder weapon. So I'm gonna drop aura, the projectile, and the pulse inside. And over here, I'm gonna create a new script called weapon effect. I'm gonna explain why I'm creating a parent class for them later. So weapon effect here. And this will be a mono behavior, that's about right. And then let's look at the aura, the pulse, projectile. So we create a parent class. What we want is to find common properties amongst all the different weapon effects. So the only consistent thing across all these is that it has stats. So our pulse is gonna have stats. So the weapon effect is gonna be an abstract class, so we will not be able to use it, and it will have stats. For now, I think that's the only universal thing that all the other effects have. Okay, let's start simple first then. Our weapon effect is just gonna have stats and nothing else now. But it is abstract. Do we have anything else for it? Public class pulse. Okay, let's just erase weapon effect. Projectile is weapon effect as well. So is the aura. Weapon effect. So let's add a summary as well. What is a weapon effect? A weapon effect is and what is a pulse? A pulse is pulse is a weapon effect. Pulse it occurs every X number of seconds, and if not, we get so. Let me just make the weapon stat say protected. Should I make it? Should be protected or public? Maybe protected would be a better option, yeah? It shouldn't be public, right? Okay, for now, let's make it protected. We'll remove these properties because otherwise the property is repeated, right? Okay, we're also gonna let's create a function. Public weapon dot stats. Yeah. And this returns. Okay. So we're just gonna introduce a little bit of protection over here, so that this is not directly accessible. But then this creates an error right here, where it says that because of the protection level of the stat, we are not able to access the variable. So we're just gonna go back here under weapon and right here we are going to current aura states. You know what, let's just make it public then. What's it separate? I'm just thinking through how this will be implemented. So we're gonna create a pulse. and the pulse will be attached to an object. But that doesn't make sense. Or we can spawn the pulse, and then the pulse will run a set of scripts. Guess it makes a bit more sense. Should I make the pulse a weapon instead of a weapon effect? That's the question. I'm thinking of how to reorganize the weapon script itself. So if you see me and I'm not talking for some time, it's because I'm thinking about whether this is the best way to arrange things and how I can move the variables around to make everything more robust. So right now I'm thinking about reorganizing the weapon class so that instead of having just a weapon script, we can have a projectile weapon, say a pulse weapon, some other kind of weapon. So then we'll have different weapon scripts, and this will tie in with the drop down that we have in the last script. So in the weapon data object, what we have is Let's see where else scriptable objects. Weapon data. We have, these are the old weapons. So we have a drop down here for the different types of weapons that we can have. So we should have different weapon behavior scripts, right? That would only make sense. But if we do that, we will have to figure out the stats thing over here. So the first thing I probably have to do is to change the stats object into a class. Does that mess up the rest of my code base? Because if we change that, the stats, okay, the data is still there. That's great. Data is still there. For the knife and the garlic, the fire one as well. Okay, I think I've got an idea here. Okay, I'm sorry I'm not getting right to work on the lightning ring. It's just that we have to get the foundation right, and then it'll get easier and easier as we add more weapons, once we figure out how the structure of all this is gonna work. Okay, what I'm gonna do first is, this will not be a projectile, this will be a weapon effect. So the weapon effect is gonna be anything from a projectile to an aura to a cloud. Wait. Sorry, let's keep the projectile. Let's keep the aura as well. What I'm gonna do is to, let's hit that over here. And let's go back to the scripts. Weapon effects, and we have weapon data. Let's create a new projectile weapon. This will be a weapon. And let's get all these out of the way first. So what all our weapons will have is how this works. gonna be making this an extract now. And this as well, I'm gonna move this over to project hardware. Right. Port, which means these will have to be affected. So affected as well. So it's just, they all have to be state of private. And we make the attack function here extract. Update is overridable as well. So we can probably also move the attack interval functionality over to project hardware. So we current pull down current attack. This is for the project hardware. Gonna make this strict as well. And move these to the new script, right? Okay, let's create a new script for the aura weapon as well. Aura weapon. So for those of you who just came in, I am trying to reorganize my classes a little bit so that we have some kind of a system. So in the past week we created this thing here where for every piece of weapon data that we create, we can choose what kind of weapon we want to have. This is going to be real interesting later on when we fully flesh this out. So what I'm trying to do right now is, instead of creating just one weapon script for everything, I'm creating different classes of weapons. And these classes of weapons will use the data that we have here differently. And yeah, this will make everything a lot more exciting, a lot more robust, a lot more flexible. So what I was doing just now is I'm gonna create an aura weapon script as well. I'm gonna simplify the functionality of how auras work. So the aura is just for the garlic, right? So then we have aura weapon. This again inherits from weapon. And okay, let me go back here. This abstract, right? What effects you receive? So the aura weapon doesn't attack. So why would I have a... So the problem is, right now I have an abstract function here that I can do that. Okay, just put a dummy function here that creates time. That fixes the issue. So I'm thinking about what each weapon needs and where can I put the attack function if it's not needed. So we can move the update function out as well onto the projectile actually. And what else can we do here? This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. We can bring all of these because the aura really doesn't have a cooldown, right? Because the cooldown is specific to the weapon itself. So this can be moved, all of these can be moved over to the projectile weapon as well for now. These are the stats, we can't change the stats, right? Current aura, not really necessary. Abstract void. Okay. Sorry, just moving things here and there just to see how things will play out. Just trying to find the best way to organize everything. Okay, right there. remove this one, right? Let's move it back. So the attack function for the weapon. So over here, we under weapon, we add a virtual bool. What this does is checks whether we are able to attack with this weapon at this moment. So we can have a cooldown system on the weapon that tracks the cooldown of the weapon itself. And this will be if our cooldown is more. This will just return if current cooldown is more than 0, then you shouldn't. If current cooldown is less than or equal to 0, then this returns true, right? So you can attack if the cooldown is less than or equals to 0. And then the update should just manage the cooldown of the weapon. And then the attack function, what it does is, okay, so this let's aspect whether this weapon attack this power performs at with the weapon turns to was. So under the projectile weapon, we have the attack. So what we can do is we have here. Override void, bool and attack. So over here we add one more check. If return base can attack and there is a projectile assigned. That's for the projectile weapon. Just return the boolean. And then here we will say if we cannot attack, then we will return false. Oh, you know what? Actually, we can just make this back. This makes sense. So can attack. Okay, this is. And false, and then if this runs all the way to the back, the weapon itself. Let's get this virtual. Attack will be Uh, and under the update function, we have once cooldown becomes 0, we will call tag. And the attack, we will take the number of times the attack will fire. Okay, this makes sense. Let's move this to projectile. Together with this. So we remove this as well, because this is only specific to the projectile weapon. Do we need equip and unequip? We don't need this actually, right? Okay, we'll just leave this here for now. I think the projectile weapon is that. Next we'll have to move on to the aura weapon. Don't need the attack right now. This will be affected. Right. Do we need an update function? Yes, we need that. We need a start function. Let me head over and pull up the. There's gonna be a lot of errors, but I'm just gonna go ahead and pull up the aura. So we're gonna leave the aura intact, and we're just gonna have the aura weapon spawn an aura on the projectile, because later on, when we create the holy water effect, the holy water is going to be provided by an aura as well. So we will keep the aura effect, and the aura weapon is gonna spawn an aura on the character when it's created. So for the aura weapon, strictly speaking, because the update function doesn't do anything, because it doesn't have to have a cooldown, the cooldown is managed by the aura itself. So we can just leave the update function empty like this, and we can leave the rest of the functions the same. We can move the current aura over here to aura weapon, and so this frees up this thing here. And then we have to move all the aura behaviors to the aura itself. So we move this. And this will be override. So what the do level up function here does is just increases the stats. It increases the stat of the weapon, and it also updates the aura, but then we can just offload this responsibility to the aura weapon. So the aura weapon is just gonna update the aura at every level, and it's gonna add the aura when the weapon is equipped. So I'm gonna move this over there. And then we can just leave this functionality. The reason we don't make it a abstract function is because this is used as well on the projectile weapon. So we can't make it abstract because the projectile weapon has no effects after it's and we'll just close this function, right? So unequip or unequip, to level up, update is supposed to be empty. That's great. So now we just gotta correctly classify our weapons. So everything should be working well now. The weapon code is fine. Weapon data, we want to work on the behavior portion. Sorry, I wasn't sharing my script screen, right? Just doing a whole lot of reorganization of all the properties of the weapon class. So I've separated the weapon class into a projectile weapon and an aura weapon. Then under weapon data here, we have a behavior here, which is control. Right inside here, right? When we create a weapon data, now we have a couple of options to choose from. Either have a weapon, aura weapon, or projectile weapon. I'm going to remove the weapon option over here. So that now whenever we create a weapon, we have to select whether it's aura weapon or whether it's a projectile weapon. And then where's my editor? There we go, editor. Weapon data editor. So what I want to do is to remove the weapon option right here. And what this should do is now I should only have a projectile weapon and an aura weapon to choose from. So let's check it out. Knife. So now I should only have aura weapon or projectile weapon to choose from. So the knife is a projectile weapon. Knife is supposed to be a projectile weapon. Okay, this is not updating. I'm gonna have to double check this, see whether this drop down works. Let's go to weapon data and okay, not hidden. Now I can check whether it updates. Always goes back to our weapon, which I'm going to have to do something about. So editor, weapon data editor, on enable. Selected. Oops. I'm gonna cheat a little bit and go to ChatGPT, and what I'm gonna do is index. Okay. ChatGPT is such an amazing tool, because now whenever you have to do a little bit more thinking, you can just let ChatGPT help. If you have code that's a little more complex, then you can just go to ChatGPT to find you the answer. Index of types. We want to find the weapon of the name behavior. Sorry, weapon data behavior. Using system array. So here we have then we can just use the array object directly. This should help us to ensure that the dropdown is always correct value. Thanks to ChatGPT for solving the hard part for us. Otherwise, I would be spending 15 minutes trying to think about how to do that. So it's projectile weapon, and if I change behavior now, it saves. Fantastic. Simply fantastic. Now, where is what I want to do here? So what I wanted to do here, but I had a brain fart about what I was doing for a moment there. So yes, I wanted to restore this. So just one more check to see that our drop down works properly. If I change this to projectile weapon, and okay, now it saves. So excited now. Okay, so now we are able to set the behavior for weapon data. This is a step forward. Now we need to retroactively apply these to. Oh, what's happening there? Index was out of bounds of the array. Oh, okay. There is a little bug. Okay, where is the bug? The bug is there. Weapon data behavior is to contain something. Index is out of bounds. What do we do? Array index. Let me ask ChatGPT again what I can do about this. What does array index? Returns -1 when you didn't find that. Okay, so what we can do here is okay, I've got my answer now. So that we have the code interface quote over here. I don't know if you can see, but I'm quite excited over here. I like building systems. It's exciting. I know there's like 2 or 3 of you here. I've got quite an audience, right? 3 people. Share my joy. So thanks very much for being around here. Yeah, I think eventually you will see what I'm so excited about, but it may take a couple of weeks or a couple of months more before this thing kind of shapes out into something that is cool. What I'm gonna do here is just check if selected weapon subtype is less than or equals to 0. Oh, sorry. What I'm gonna do here is select the weapon subtype here. I'm gonna make it so that it doesn't go below 0. So you just do math minimum. Sorry, math maximum. Math is a C# class, so math is always gonna be there when you want to calculate stuff. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna do a math f max 0. So what this means is that if this returns a -1, because we cannot find the behavior, what we are gonna do is we are going to, if this is -1, this will be set to 0. If this is more than 0, then this will be set to the value of selected weapon subtype. And can I create a new integer for this? And then select it. If current selected is more than -1, and we will draw the rest of this one. And after that, we will set selected weapon. So the behavior I'm trying to get is that if I have a weapon that doesn't have anything selected, I have to select something first before something shows up. Why is this still index out of bounds? Current selected is should be. Just give me a moment and I'm trying to do something a little more fanciful. And I'm working out how I can get the code there. So over here I can I'm gonna have to ask ChatGPT for help again. Add report. Okay, I think I got it. So weapon subtypes, select paste. Oops. So now we have run option, run. So this be weapon subtypes, weapon data behavior. And I can do a math and set it to 0 like that. This one here, like that. So if you select that, update the weapon subtype and draw the inspector. Otherwise, we'll leave the behavior field there. I think we've got it. So let's try it out. So what I want really is for us when we head over to the if we were to select, so if there is no behavior selected, then the properties won't appear. So the first thing you have to do whenever you have a new behavior is select a property first, and once you do that, then the rest of the properties will appear. And if you do none, then of course nothing appears. So this makes it so that you don't forget, so that when you're using this system, you won't forget to select the weapon behavior first before you modify the rest of the weapon. So it helps to make everything less error prone. So then we have, for all of our weapons, the appropriate behavior allocated to the weapon themselves. This is so cool. Okay, I know I was supposed to work on the lightning ring, but again, we have to make sure that our house is in order first before. As with every weapon that I add, what I'm also trying to do is I'm trying to improve upon the infrastructure of the code, which is why it's taking a longer time. But trust me that this will all pay off. This will definitely pay off, and when it does, then I will create part 15 cadence. I think we're still a couple of weeks away to having a stable system, but we are making big progress, big steps every time I sit down here and code with you for 4 hours. Stay with the 2 of you, the 3 of you who are watching. Again, thank you for the support for those of you who are watching. I understand it's not very exciting to watch people code, especially since it's just a wall of text, right? And you're just looking at me write text and modify stuff, and everything looks so obscure and arcane. And so thank you for the support. That's why I'm playing this music here, to give you some value while you are doing whatever you are doing, as you're watching me stream on your screen, watching me stream myself coding on your screen. So we have the weapon data all set up now. So the next thing we need to do is there is a spawn weapon script somewhere, right? That we have to update as well. It's under the player or something, right? Player stats, right? Where we spawn the weapon. So we have to update that as well. player stacks. The error should no longer occur. Let's get back to script. There's a spawn weapon function that where we spawn a weapon, right? Now, before we spawn the weapon, we're gonna have to spawn the correct component. And to do that, we will have to look at the weapon data's behavior property and convert that string into a class. So again, I'll go to my trusty advisor, ChatGPT. So it used to be that for me to figure these things out, I have to go and read Stack Overflow, but now it's no longer the case. Component type. Okay, let's give this a try. So instead of putting a weapon here, I am going to have to put weapon behavior. Type with weapon behavior. System type this. What? This works. Oh. Okay, so what's not working is keep in mind that type get type may return null if it cannot find a specified type. So you should handle the case where the type is not found or not accessible. What it's saying is essentially we should get the type of the weapon we want to spawn. Scroll all the way up here. And using system. And scroll back down. So that here we can just do a type. And type dot get type. And so we want to first check whether the weapon type is valid. So if weapon type is valid, then it spawn the starting weapon. So we have to put an else here. And the else block here, what I'm gonna do is weapon type is so otherwise if weapon type is null, then we will do a debug log warning invalid weapon type. Specify for be a string format. What is string format? String format is just a formatted string. So this will be replaced with a variable. So basically, whatever I put here, I'm gonna put a name. So weapon.name. So what this will print out if, let's say, the garlic has an invalid weapon type, then it's gonna print out invalid weapon type is specified for garlic. Yeah, so we are just creating log messages that are readable. I think that's very important. We replace this with weapon type. There is still a problem. So problem is okay. It has to cast this to weapon. Weapon type is a variable, but it's useful. Okay, this is the one. Well, I'm just gonna have to pass this over. Okay, I think that's all. I think everything should work as per normal. Fingers crossed. If everything works as per normal, let's test out the knife. Knife, character. Knife is working very well. But we ran out of knives after a while. What's going on here? Knife character. What's going on with knife? So now notice here that when it spawns, what it does is that this spawns a projectile weapon instead of a weapon, which means our code worked. So the cooldown is firing, but the knife is not spawning. It's spawning for 1 frame. That goes away. So probably something in our code is wrong. Let's have a look at what it is. The projectile weapon. The attack function doesn't seem to be firing. Is it because of our prefab? Maybe our prefab is not set. Prefab is set. So you see that the knife kind of spawns, shoots for a while, and stop. Okay, now it's not shooting. But the cooldown is firing. Why is the knife not shooting? Cooldown is firing. What could be the problem? Maybe this is the problem. Let's print the result of seems like knife is having problems detecting. What's going on? So the knife has no problem attacking. This is true. So the knife can attack. So what we are doing here is having a little debugging process. So just give me a moment, I'm just writing something down. Okay, so I'm gonna step by step trace out. So this attack function is running. So one of the possible things that was preventing the knife from appearing could be that this block here causes the attack to fail, but it's not failing. So that means that let's see if the projectile actually spawns. Pause the game. Break. Yeah, let's do a break after the projectile spawns, and then we can see whether the projectile stays on screen or whatever is happening. So the projectile is here, and it spawns for a frame, and next frame it goes away. Goodness. Okay, let me show you this again. Okay, the game is running, and then the knife spawns. The knife spawns, and then for one frame, and it goes away when I click on next frame. So the knife is probably hitting something that it's not supposed to be reacting to. And then it's going away for just after a frame. So I'm gonna pull up the projectile script and have a look at what's going on. So the knife, actually let's look at what is on. Select knife character, spawns. Okay, we need the debug break here back. So knife spawns. Let's see what's on the knife. The knife has a projectile, and the projectile has steps, but it's just going away after one frame. So it's going away after one frame. So we have to see right here what's going on. Destroy. So I'm looking at the projectile script to see. Must be hitting something right away, right? Otherwise, why would it be destroying itself? What are the stats of the knife? Number is 1. The same is. Why is the piercing stat of the knife 0? I think. Okay, so think I found the problem actually. Problem is right here. So if stats piercing is less than 0, you destroy the game. Because the knife will start at piercing with piercing stat of 0, right? So it makes sense that it should go away instantly because our piercing stat for the knife is 0 and it spawns. Okay, let's try this out. I'm pretty confident it will work. Okay, there we go. Oh, why does it go away after that? So what's the knife's stat again? Why is the knife's piercing stat updating to 0? Doesn't make sense. 9. Something is modifying the piercing stat of the knife. What was the default value over there? The fire one, what was the this should be projectile weapon, right? It's safe. Scarlet Explorer weapon. Knife is a projectile weapon. Piercing here is 1. And piercing here should be 1. So the linear growth here, number stats, yes. So the problem now is that my suspicion is that this stats piercing here is changing the stats of the knife. Then this is because this is a class. So because of that, the when the stats are changed to affect the stats assigned inside the object, which is gonna be a problem later. So I think maybe we should change this back to a struct. I think that would be a good idea. We can come back to this later. Let's do this as struct. So if we change this back to a struct, we wouldn't have the piercing problem anymore. This is a reference issue. We actually have an article about it. It's called pass by value versus pass by reference. Maybe I'll make a video explaining the difference between a struct and pass sometime soon, but the knife should be fixed now once we change the stats back to a struct. But now it's piercing. Okay. Let me go back here. This should be less than or equal to 0. Okay, so we fixed the part with the knife. Knife is working right. Working great. And let's test out the garlic. Garlic is still working. It's great. Let's see the garlic grows. So garlic, okay, garlic weapon is working as well. So if we were to pause the game, and if we look at the player, you will see now we have a garlic controller and a knife controller. And then the garlic controller has an aura weapon. So now we have different weapons, different weapon components spawning. And the weapons will behave different depending on what kind of weapon they are. So I would say this is progress. Okay, let's see if the knife grows properly. One more projectile. We gotta fix that. We gotta fix that that gen issue. So the knife is not spawning multiple copies of itself. And that is the problem with it now. Now we have the spawning bug again for the knife. Let's look at the knife. Knife stats. So the stats, there are two of them. What is this? Cannot level up knife controller. Maximum level already reached. What did they say on the next level? Oh, sorry, what did they say the next level is reached? Cannot level up. Cannot level up this. Let me just add more detail to the error message. Level because max level of this to the stats. Let's get that. Why does it say that the weapon cannot be leveled? I think it can level up anyway. I got a couple of bugs here, right? Cannot level up my control to level 1. Next level indeed. Not level up. Life control to level 2, that's level 8 will be. So there's clearly some error with my code. Can level up. current level is more than. Oh, sorry. Okay, so this sign here is wrong. It should be current level is less than the max level, right? Less than or equals to the max level. Then we can level up. So if we cannot level up, then the message will be shown, but then over here we forgot to prevent the level up. So it's small of a bug here. There we go. So now we shouldn't get the incorrect error message. So previously, just now because I forgot to share my screen, what was happening just now was this sign is wrong. It should be current level is less than max level. So change this. Now can level up. It's working properly. But the logic of this code here is wrong as well. So if we cannot level up, we should play the warning and then we should prevent the level up. So which means we have to put a warning in brackets like that. And then we put a return. Right. So now if we cannot level up, we will print a warning and then after that we will return. So we will do a return to basically end the level up. And then the logging is again just code documentation. Just to make our errors more trackable because this is a big project. If we don't have error logging, it's gonna, when we want to find a bug, it's gonna be very challenging to do so. That is why the error logging. So next thing we gotta figure out is why the weapon is not firing multiple projectiles, right? And that has to do with this. So seems like the attack code that we have re-perform another attack. The attack is not getting performed. That counts. What was our old code here for attack? Let me just bring back my code for attack, just to see what was different. So if current attack interval is smaller than 0, it's really abstract like attack. So current attack interval is more than 0, 5. Okay, let's test out the stats of the knife. So we have, sorry, knife character. So it's almost 9. Attempting to level up knife controller, which is already at max level. And now we have another error. This is a little frustrating. Cannot level up knife. Okay, let me pull up player inventory as well to see what's going on. Let me change the code here a little bit, yeah. So to make everything more seamless. So do level up here. Already has logic to prevent the leveling up. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna return a boolean here to return the status of the level up. So if the level up fails, this returns false. Otherwise, if the level up succeeds, then we will return true. So then in the player inventory here, we don't have to check the level up anymore. We'll just do an if do weapon level up. If it fails, then we will print a message. And let's just say over here, fail, level up. So let's try this error. Okay, so we have to update the codes across all our weapons. Do level up. So if the level up is successful, if this fails, then it returns false. So if the initial level up fails, it returns false. Otherwise, it returns true. It's updating the code base to reflect the changes to the parent class. Oh, this knife thing is really frustrating. That it's not doing leveling it properly. Okay, so now it's leveling properly. So I'm gonna check whether the knife is level 2 now. It's supposed to be shooting 2. And then the projectile weapon has the current attack interval minus something. So as my next weapon is about to be fired, I pause the frame now, because the next frame the weapon gets fired and goes. Next frame it should get fired. So when it gets fired, the attack interval over here is set to 0.8. Current attack count is 1. And then what happens? We have wireless winning knife clones around. Oh, it's just flying off right now. So the current attack count here is 1. And then the next frame the attack should fire, but is it firing? So it's not firing. So the cooldown happens, and then the knife spawns, and then the current attack interval counts down. But when the attack interval counts down, it didn't spawn the knife. So there is a logic issue somewhere in my code, which I have to find. So if there's no projectile assigned, set the weapon on cooldown. Otherwise, spawn the projectile. That count is 1 and 0. So regularly what happens is that my current account is 0, so it doesn't spawn anything. Then under the update function, this is where the current attack interval is handled. Oh, okay, I found the problem is the can attack. This is the problem. So this should be update override. If current attack 1 and 0. Current attack count is 1 and 0, and attack count is more than 0. For the minute. What I'm gonna do as well is I'm gonna move this up actually. So oh, sorry. And this remains here. Current attack count is more than 0, return true. Oh wait, I don't have proofs. Can we perform another attack? This can attack. So you don't want to reset the cooldown if so let's do it then. Let's reduce the effect count a little. Really perform the attack. Good. Part 1 and 0 reduce the effect count. Okay. And the current attack count is more than 0. Return true. I think this can work. Let's try this. Let's try this. Oh my goodness. Okay, obviously this cannot work. This weapon is on cooldown. Let's undo this. Let's try this bit. I just undid some coding changes that I made. See where this gets us. Level 2. Okay, 2 knives are appearing now. I don't even know what I changed, man. Current attack count. Oh, okay. I think I got it. Attack count is more than 0. Okay, yeah, we've got it working now. The 2 knives are appearing. Okay, great. The knives are working now. Let's try the fire. The fire one is not working. Script class cannot be abstract. Our fire one weapon is not working now. And it is because the fire one doesn't seem to want to have its behavior set. It's always going back to none. So it's projectile weapon. Fire one. Okay, the fire one's working. Let's see if garlic works. So we have 2 projectiles on the knife now, right? Or is it 3? We should have 3, right? Knife, controller, but high level of the knife is 2. Thought I just leveled the knife up. Level 2. 3 now. Okay, there we go. Four nine. Okay, everything is working now. After the whole revamp, I think now we are ready to finally implement the lightning ring. So in the past 2.5 hours, I've been trying to reorganize the code to get it all set up so that we can add new kinds of behaviors to our weapons. So the lightning ring has a slightly different behavior set than the aura, than the garlic or the wands. So we are going to have to code an entire new weapon for it, which is why I've been reorganizing the code. I'm gonna go for a short walk. I'm gonna make myself a drink, and I'll come back in about 10 minutes, and let's start coding the lightning ring after that. Really excited for how the weapon system is turning out, so stay tuned. I'll be back in just a short moment. Okay, I'm back. Let's get started creating the lightning ring. I think the first effect that most people will be interested in finding out is how do you get the lightning effect to work. Lightning is actually, I wouldn't say it's simple to make, but basically it's just an animation. Let me show you what I mean. I'm going to go over to Open Game Art and try and find a lightning sprite. If it's not possible, I'm gonna use Midjourney to generate something. So let's so I'm gonna go to Discord, Open Game Art. And then what we want to do is try and find. Yeah, just give me a moment. Yeah, this music has been playing for an hour. It's driving me crazy. Let's play something else, alright? So what I want to do is I'm gonna try and search for a lightning sprite sheet. And you can see here we have a couple of options. This is actually the best. I'm gonna explain why this is the best in a bit. Let me just look through the options that we have first. Okay, I found my lightning effect. Let me just make sure that I credit it properly. I'm just gotta remember to keep this window open. So what we have here is a sprite sheet of 8 frames. This is CC0. This is fantastic. Just gonna check copyright for a while. Because I'm a nice guy, I'm gonna credit him anyway. So CC0 means you don't have to credit the image. So what I'm more interested in is so we have 8 frames here, and these are the animations for the lightning. So let me just download this, and then I'm gonna import this into Unity, and then I'll show you how it works. Lightning is actually relatively easy to make. It's relatively easy. I shouldn't say it's very easy, but it is. It's not difficult to make if you know what you're doing. Where did I learn to make lightning? I learned it by looking at how Warcraft 3 did it 15-16 years ago. I tore their engine apart, and I looked at the assets, and from there, you can kind of reverse engineer and see how people do things. And that was what I did. So let's put lightning inside here, and inside the VFX folder. So this lightning. Let's just call it lightning. It's a sprite. It's multiple, right? It's not a single sprite. So we will slice it up. Let me just pull it out. Sorry. Apply. Just pull it out and see how it looks like. Okay, I have to slice it now, right? And slice it. So slicing it means I have. What is the slice panel? Okay, just give me a moment. Yeah, I know the slicing doesn't show up. But what I've done here is I've sliced the sprite sheet, so now I have 8 lightning streaks like that. So just pulling it out, and so the lightning streak should cover the width of the entire screen, so they should be pretty big, which means I'm gonna have to reduce the pixels per unit of the lightning streak. So say 20, this will make the lightning a lot bigger. Maybe 20 is too big. How about 25? So the key here is I want the lightning strike to cover the entire width of the screen. So all of them should be around the same length. And then next thing I want to do is I'm gonna go over to alpha as transparency. I'm gonna set the transparency to grayscale, like this. And this should give me lightning streaks with black borders to the side. We'll deal with the black borders later. Yes, let's deal with the black borders later, right? There are some things that we can do about that, but let's create our particle effect first. So now we have our lightning animation like that. So essentially what we want to do is we want to okay, let me just create a particle system. And why is it not filing? Let's see. So we have our particle system here. So what lightning is essentially is it's just particles that are spawning at a spot. So next thing I'm gonna do is to get the lightning. Lightning is all on one spot, right? So speed should be 0. So it's all concentrated on one area. This is where the lightning should all be. The start we'll deal with the lifetime later. So next thing I want to do is modify the size of the lightning, right? So the lightning should be 3D start size, and then we want the lightning to be really long and big, like that. Yes. So again, we want to have the lightning stretched out over almost the entire screen, and we don't want it to spawn so often, so I'm going to reduce the emission over here to just 1. And let's go over to texture sheet animation here and select sprites. I have 8 of them. And let me just assign the lightning effects. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then the animation is gonna be frames per second. You will see it come out in just a minute. Just have to increase the one. We see that now we have kind of these streaks. There we go. Okay, that's not too bad. Just don't like how it shrinks. Okay, the color, let's say blue. So we've got our lightning. We just have to reduce the lifetime. Yeah, so, and the next thing, so this is the lightning strike. If I increase the height, does that work? Okay, that kind of works. Next thing is to have no shape, so it always appears in the same location. Okay, can't do no shape here. We're gonna have to do, say, a circle with a radius of 0. So essentially what I want to do is I want the lightning to always appear at the same place, but I also want the lightning to be offset upwards, which is a tricky thing. Set the rotation here to 0 and position of say 5. I also need the lightning to not expand when you zoom out, so I'm gonna also have to go over to the renderer. And from here, the render mode is, instead of billboard, I need them to be the same size always. Which is, yeah, this is not working. Billboard. Alignment, whoa. Whoa, doesn't work. How about local? Oh, okay. Max particle size is 1. Minimum is 1 as well. So it's always, okay, there we go. Now it's always the same size. Oh, now it always covers the entire viewport. That's why. So actually, if I were to set I just want a particle to be the same size regardless of how zoomed in or zoomed out, or how zoomed out. Sorry, how zoomed in or zoomed out I am. Yeah, there we go. Yes, there we go. So I want it so that wherever I place the lightning, the particle will just follow. So now we have the lightning strike effect. We can improve upon it by creating a couple of different materials. Right now it uses a certain kind of it uses what do you call it? It uses a default particle texture. So there's black on the edges that isn't very nice. We can deal with that later. So we have the lightning working, and what we can do next is just get the color right. So the lightning, maybe we can do a color over lifetime, and we just want to make the lightning fade away over time. Yeah, looks a little bit better, right? And we can also do a radio time of 0 and just make it burst. So duration of the lightning will be 0.5. And we also want to, let's just set it to, because one is, actually 1 is fine, right? fades away. I think that's about it. We can improve upon this effect later. Start size. Just playing around to get the right effect size. Just don't want it too big, too small, you know. Now we have the lightning, and then I'm gonna shift this down so that right where we spawn the effect is where the lightning will strike. This is what I want. So right here, this is our lightning effect. Done. 5 minutes. Okay, easy work. Let's turn off looping, and now we can just spawn this effect wherever we want to deal damage to the enemy. And there we have it. We can actually randomize the sprite so that the animation is not always the same. But how do we do that? Sprite. Affected YouTube channel. Start frame. Start frame can be rendered. So then 0 to 7. So if we randomize the start frame, this is what happens. You can actually get a sorry, we lost my train of thought. So we randomize start frame and we increase the number of particles that are spawned. We can get a more layered lightning effect like that. Yeah, so now there are multiple streaks of lightning. It looks better, right? And then the more we increase this, the more organic our lightning looks. So let's have just 3. Okay, I can't stand this. So last thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a new particle material, because the one that we have right now doesn't really cut it, right? Black borders driving me crazy. So this will be called additive particle, and it's just gonna be a particles standard unlit, and then what I'm gonna do is just set the rendering mode here to additive, and that's all we're gonna do. So what we want to do next is I'm gonna grab my particle effect here, and under the material here, right, I'm just gonna make it additive here like that. See that? Now it looks a lot better. So what additive does is that if there's overlapping streaks of lightning, then do you see that it gets brighter? So it gets brighter wherever there's overlap. Yeah, and then we can add this additive effect over to the garlic as well. Okay, garlic is not an aura, right? Okay, we can change that. We can rectify that later on. Let's work on the lightning effect first. So now with additive particle material, now you see the lightning effect looks much better. And we can begin to use it. Just make it thinner. Looks powerful, right? Look at that. Okay, so next up, what we are going to do is, let's see, what are we going to do? We have the lightning effect up. So lightning BFF. So let's say lightning ring BFF. I'll prefab this, and I can delete this. So now we just have to create a pulse weapon. Let's create a lightning ring weapon first. Or maybe we should, okay, let's create a pulse weapon first. Okay, let me go over to the scripts and weapon. So we have aura weapon, projectile weapon, right? We can't do a projectile weapon for the lightning ring, so we're gonna have to code something else. Let's call this pulse weapon. What the pulse weapon does is that every X number of seconds it performs an action. So I'm gonna get in here, and the pulse weapon is going to extend weapon, and I really just need to override the attack. Protected, override, boolean. And what else is gonna happen? Sorry, my brain just stopped for a moment there. So where are we at? We are at weapon script, and we have a pulse weapon. So the pulse weapon, just every time it attacks, it picks a couple of random targets, and it places the okay, let's see, pulse weapon. So let's create a pulse weapon, and then we'll go back and create the weapon data script for the weapon. So under under scriptable objects, weapons, we are gonna have to create a new folder called lightning ring, and weapon data, lightning ring. So the behavior will be a pulse weapon. Sprite for it. Sprite is a good question. What sprite do we use? So we have a bunch of weapons, right? Is there a ring? Ring. I think this will have to pass as a lightning ring, unfortunately. Lightning ring. So the lightning ring strikes at random, and that's the level 1 description. Strikes. It's not a projectile, it's not an aura, it's not a hit. It has a hit effect, but we'll deal with that later. Hit effect. The hit effect can be the particle system, actually. So the hit effect can be the particle system. So let's go to VFX, and we just drop the particle system here. Spawn variance is just going to be 0. Lifespan is not relevant. So the base stats, damage be 15, area is 1, damage variance, I think damage variance is 0, right? Amount, number will be 2. It's area of effect. Which means let's just put 100 here. That's the maximum number of targets you can hit. Cooldown, speed will be 0, right? Speed is irrelevant. Cooldown is 4.5. Projectile, oh, there's a projectile interval for it as well. 0.05. Is there a knockback for it? Knockback is... oh, there is knockback of 1. So knockback of 1. And... yeah, I think that's about it. Max level of 8. So there are 8 levels for this weapon. Then we'll have to work out the linear growth, right? So there are 8 levels. So we have level 2, wherein level 2 fires 1 more projectile. So the level 2 fires 1. So just 1 more for the number. That's it. That's it for level 2. Level 3 will be base area up by 100%, base damage up by 10. Base area up by 100%, base damage up by 10. So base area up by 100%, base damage up by 10. And then for level 4, it's same as level 3. Oh, level 4 is just fires 1 more projectile again. Oh, so it's just alternating. So level 4 is fires 1 more projectile, and we have level 5, which is just base area and base damage again. And then level 6, we fire one more projectile again. And then level 7. Level 7 is gonna be the same as level 5. Copy, paste. Level 7. Level 8 is gonna be the same as level 6. My stream keeps cutting off and returning. Seems to be a little bit of a problem with it. So this is our growth for the weapon. So now we just gotta code the weapon. So there is an interval for the lightning as well, so it doesn't all strike together. So we can actually extend the projectile script, right? Yes, let's just do it. So we can extend the projectile script like this. Let's go to the script. Actually, you know what? Let's just code it on our own. So we have a pulse weapon, and what the pulse weapon does is okay, let's do this. Just hard coding a weapon now. If there is no hit effect prefab, then it cannot attack. Because the hit effect prefab is important for us. It's just called a hit effect. And we cannot attack, and then we stop the attack. Otherwise, we will you know what, let's just extend the projectile weapon because most of the behavior is very similar, down to the spawning of the projectile. So if there is no projectile assigned, set the weapon on. So if we extend the projectile weapon, we really only need to code we only need to code the what is that? We only have to code the attack function itself. So do this, and then we just randomly find enemies in the map. Struck. Randomly find an enemy in the map. So we have to track all the enemies that we have struck. Which means we have to create a list of enemies. Oh, this is very specific to the. Our code is very specific to lightning ring for now. Okay, let's just roll with it at the moment. Target, do this. This will just be returned true. Okay. So what I'm doing next is this attack count thing, right? Because the projectile weapon fires weapon to weapon. So if we are firing like the next strike will behave a little bit differently than if it was the first strike. So if that count is more than or equals to 1, it will behave a little differently than if it was a new attack. So if it's a new attack, then what we will do is let's just say this is all selected, and what we are going to do is as follows. We will all selected enemies equals to find objects, right? Within steps. And I'm gonna have to convert this to a list. So new list stats like this. So I'm gonna find all the enemies that we can strike, and from there we will pick one enemy. So how do we pick one enemy? Enemy stats. Target will be equals to. Okay, what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna create a function, pick enemy, because we will just use it to pick a suitable target, right? And so of all the selected enemies here, I'm going to pick one. This will be a list. So of all the enemies, I'll pick one enemy, and this one enemy is going to be that's target. So while target is unassigned, we will just keep trying to pick an enemy. Finally, we return the target. So while the target is unassigned, we will assign something to the target. Enemies get random.range 0 enemies. So we're gonna pick an enemy at random. We're gonna pick an enemy at random, and then we will check whether this enemy is suitable. So what is the criteria? Criteria is if target is visible, or rather if the target is not visible. So for that, we have to consult the. Can we get it from the game of that? Okay, we cannot. So we have to get the renderer of the target. Target get component renderer. So here we check if the enemy is on the screen. So we only want to strike enemies on screen. So if the enemy is not visible, then we will set this to continue. So if the enemy is not visible, we won't select the target. So then when we continue, we will redo the loop, and then we will designate another target. So we'll do this, and then we will have to remove it from the enemies array. The enemies remove target from the enemies array. So if the enemy is not on screen, we'll remove him, then we will continue. And then while target is not assigned and enemies count is greater than 0. So if we haven't run out of enemies, we continue to just keep cycling until we find an enemy. And then when we find an enemy, we check the enemy is on screen. If he is on screen, then we will have target. If we have a target, then this will. So okay, I think that's it. So we just check if the enemy is on screen. If it's on screen, we will pick the enemy. I can just leave this out actually, and then this will be all selected enemies. So what we will have is enemy picked enemy 3. So we will assign, because if this is the first run of the lightning ring, because it'll strike multiple times, right, with delay in the middle. So the first time we will select all the enemies that can be struck. Then we will pick a target from all of them. So we will do a pick enemy, and then we will pick them, and then we will deal damage equals to current stats dot damage plus current stats damage variance. So just be random range 0 damage variance. So we will deal a random amount of damage to the enemy. Okay. We also have to key in the source position. Source position will be just the position of the weapon itself. And that's about it. So we pick an enemy and we deal damage to it. And then we have to remove the enemy from the array as well, which is already done here. So over here is the same thing actually, right? Pick enemy, pick damage. There we go. So this is largely the same, right, behavior regardless of. It's just that for here we pick enemy with damage it, and then we set attack, set current attack count to be 1 less. And then for both instances, once we find the enemy, we will have to do damage to it. Okay, which means how does the that count work again for the projectile? Oh, okay. We've checked whether, so if the cooldown is less, so if current cooldown is less than or equals to 0, then we will reassign all selected. Refresh the array of selected. Then we randomly find an enemy to strike with lightning. Then we reduce damage. Sorry, so find an enemy with net to strike with lightning. So this will be called the target. Enemy stats. Target equals to pick an enemy. And once we pick the enemy, if the target is valid, then we will deal damage to it. Target, so which is the entire statement here. And then after we take damage, we will play the hit effect on it. So the hit effect itself, I forgot one thing. So the hit effect itself has to destroy itself after it's done. So we have to go over to the renderer. Sorry, not the renderer. Go over to the hunting mode here and set it to destroy. We can go back to the code here. So we just instantiate the effect over the target. So current stats, hit effect. We spawn this, and we want to spawn this on the target's position with no rotation. Target transform. So this spawns the effect, and then if the attack works, or even if it doesn't, we just set the current attack count be reduced by 1, right? How does the attack count work? We're gonna have to revise the attack count code for the projectile weapon some other time. Let's just see if this works for now. So we really shouldn't call this the pulse weapon. We should really call this the... Since it's specifically coded for the lightning ring, I have to call this the lightning ring weapon. And because it's very specific, right? So there is no sense for us to give it a general name. Weapons, aura, projectiles, and aura. So let's go to descriptable object, weapons, lightning ring, and we have to reassign the behavior to lightning weapon. Yes, I think we can see whether it works now. Let's head over, let's add this to the array of possible weapons that the user can get via the scene. So the game scene under player stats. These are the available weapons that the player can have. Let's add one more. And the one more will be lightning ring. Let's see how this plays out. So we have to start from the menu screen again. Okay, so we have lightning ring over here, and if we select it, invalid weapon types specified for lightning ring. Why is it invalid? Thought I assigned it already. Lightning ring. It has to save, right? And there we go. Now. So this means that now we have a lightning ring controller over here. And we can inspect and see the cooldown. I think the lightning spawning. Okay, no, it's not spawning. Current cooldown is dropping let's see that again, right? Fires one more. Okay, we're doing lightning ring over here. Lightning ring. So now we have the lightning ring. And lightning ring is pulling down. So right after it cools down, the lightning ring just keeps spawning attacks. But it doesn't reset the cooldown. I think that's just because a couple of reasons. First, if I were to pull out the lightning effect over here, it doesn't show up. Let me show you that it didn't show up. Where is my particle effect? Particle system. Okay, let's go to normal mode. See that it doesn't appear. So we just have to go over to the renderer. And over here we have to set the sorting layer to foreground, and then it should show up. Yeah, so I really love the effect. And then let's go over here and sorting layers with foreground. Let's try this again. Lightning ring. It's spawning. Oh, so you see that it's spawning, but it's like spawning a ridiculous amount of lightning rings, lightning strikes, because it's not cooling down. So next thing I want to do is I'm gonna head over here, and I am going to set a cooldown for the weapon. So current attack count, its current cooldown is less than 0. I am going to have to set a cooldown for the weapon. Current cooldown. First we will put in stats, cooldown like this, and this is where it's set new all selected. Current attack count reduces, this is fine. I think with the cooldown set, it shouldn't be so ridiculous anymore. It shouldn't be firing the way it's firing. So no lightning. Why is it that my items are missing their drop down assignment? Fire 1 is projectile weapon. Lightning ring is a lightning ring. Okay, so the lightning is working, but it strikes only one enemy. That's the problem. Fire 1 is being way too efficient. Let me just try this again. I'll just have, you know what, I'll just start with the garlic character. I think it's easier that way. Because with the garlic, then we can stay out of the enemy's way and really look at how the lightning ring works. Lightning ring. 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's nice, eh? So the problem is it only strikes once. Doesn't strike twice. So we have to look at the data again. Current attack count is -2. Which means, okay, I think I got it. Which means I'll need to set back in the code. If the current cooldown is since it's the first attack, I set the attack. Over here, current attack count over here to be equals to I think this is gonna work now. Garlic character. Tap, tap. Tap. Okay, no lightning ring. Tap. 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 Lightning ring. Now the effect is not showing, huh? It's not showing again. Now the effect is showing. So it's a 1. Just 1. Only strikes once. All selected it. Lightning ring. So what? They only strike once? Strike more than once, right? The projectile has no problem firing multiple blades. So why does it have attack interval is smaller than 0? What is the attack interval here? Attack interval is 0. If the attack interval is 0, shouldn't update be firing and trying to make the attack happen. Attack interval is oh, missed out something. So what I missed out is if So after striking the count is greater than 0. Attack count minus when that equal equals to parent stats and current stats projectile. Okay, it should now be working. Okay, lightning ring is up now. Still striking once only. This is annoying. Striking more than once now. Let's wait and see. Level 2. Okay, so it's striking more than once and it always strikes separate enemies. Okay, so lightning ring is working. Just one last thing. So we have to deal damage in an area. So lightning ring deals damage actually in a small area. It doesn't deal damage. It doesn't deal damage to just one target. So that means we have to change the code over here to make it instead of dealing damage to just one target, we have to, let's see, we have to write a function that deals damage in an area. So deals damage area. So then this would be the location. And then radius. And what we're gonna do is very simple. We're just gonna use predict to the overlap circle. Then we will just place in the position and the radius. This will give us all colliders within a certain area. These will be our targets. And next thing we will do is from here we will have to iterate through all the targets and then find all the enemy stats. Okay, so enemy stats EF equals to E that component stats if ES, and we'll do ES take. Just float damage one. Just call it damage. Damage. And this will be this float. Again, this will be the position of the user. And take damage. Sorry, this is an array. I forgot to add this in. Overlap circle. Oh. So we find all the objects within a certain radius. And what is this radius going to be? This is going to be the area of the weapon, right? So we gotta replace this line of code with damage area. And then the damage area will take the position of the enemy, followed by the radius, which is going to be current stats, area, and then the damage of the current stats, damage plus. This will be the old formula again, current stats, damage variable. I'm going to randomize this. Random range 0, set. This is the target transform condition. So what we have now is we have the lightning ring and it's going to be damaging it. Then we can test this out. The whole thing should be working now. So let's test this out. Oh, it only hit one target. Okay. Sometimes the lightning ring doesn't appear the effect. So now we should have 3 projectiles. What's going on now? The lightning ring is not firing. Still on cooldown. So the lightning ring is a little bit buggy. Doesn't always work. I gotta figure out why. Lightning ring. So now lightning ring is up. So now it hits in an area. Do you see that? Weird thing though is that just now I don't understand why it didn't work. Like now it stopped working again. See that? It stopped working again. Let's try and fix that. So damage area, is that the thing that was causing it to stop working? If I were to remove this and just do a simple click damage, will it work? Just gonna do a simple line without damage variance, so it's just going to deal flat damage. Trying to figure out what's going wrong here with the lightning ring. Lightning ring. We pause that and show the player's lightning ring controller. Now it's not working again. So it's not the problem with the damage area, it's something else. Let me add a couple of log messages to debug this. So we find all selected enemies with the... Let's leave a couple of log messages. Lightning ring found. Lightning ring found. Number of enemies all selected. So let's see if the lightning ring is having trouble finding enemies, or what is the problem with it. Let's start with the garlic character. Okay, no lightning ring. Let's level up again. Lightning ring. Okay. So it's able to find 4 enemies now. So it's gonna glitch out later. Let's see what happens when it glitches. Now it found 2 of the same enemies. And how many enemies did it find this time? 3 enemies. And 1 is dead. How many enemies did it find? 4 enemies. One more projectile. So do you see that the lightning ring stopped working? So the cooldown is running, but no more messages are being printed. Which means it just straight up stopped working, because so if it stopped working, it's because the port doesn't get here, which means over here is the problem. So it's not able to attack, and the reason it's not able to attack because I have no idea why it's not being able to tag. Sorry, I'm just looking at the. So we have a couple of problems. Lightning ring doesn't trigger sometimes, and it doesn't attack. So the question is why? Why is it not attacking? Let me just. So the VFX doesn't show up sometimes as well. So a couple of things we have to sort out. Let's increase the duration of the VFX to 1 second. So it stays around for longer, and then we can kind of pinpoint what the issue with it is. Lightning ring to 1Z. So the effect doesn't spawn on the other enemy. So 2 enemies died, but the effect is not spawning. I think I found the reason why the effect is not spawning. It's because we are not handling the. So we damage the area and then we remove the enemy, right? So, but once we find and pick the enemy, we should remove the enemy. So let's remove the enemy if the enemy is picked. So we pick the enemy before we damage the enemy. All selected. Release. Remove. Remove the. Or we can also do it here, right? All selected. Remove. So we have to make sure to remove the enemy every time we strike them, we have to remove the enemy. Okay, let's test it out again. The effect is still not appearing sometimes. Let's have a closer look. So this is it. The effect appear. The effect is here, which is right over the bed, right where the bed was. Yeah, which is right here. Which is fine. Okay, this stripe worked fine. I'm still having a missing enemy over here. And now the lightning ring is malfunctioning. Yeah, I'm running out of time. I have somewhere to get to, so if I really can't fix this, then I'm gonna have to do it the next time. Let's have one more step at it before I wrap up for today. What's wrong with the lightning ring? Why did it? You know what? Maybe I should check the can attack public override. So before so probably if the can attack it's returning false, that's why we are not able to attack. So lightning will attack. And then we will just do a base. Okay, let's try this out. No lightning ring, but we have 2 knives now. And now we have a lightning ring. So time to test it out. Okay, so the behavior keeps resetting, which is really annoying for my weapons. Gonna have to look into this as well eventually. It should be saving properly, right? It shouldn't be always resetting its value. So we have the lightning ring up now, and we just gotta check to see why it's not working, or why it only works certain times. So the lightning works first time, second time it's working as well. So the third time, did it work? It struck 2 enemies as well, right? Found 5 enemies. And it struck 2, but then doesn't have the effect doesn't apply to 2 of them. Now it stopped. Okay. So now it's just completely not working. It's not working because what's going on? You know what? We're just gonna have to come back to this in the next stream, because I've got to go. So let me just summarize what we have so far before we wrap up this stream, and then we'll try and fix the lightning ring issues next stream. All right. I just want to make sure that all the passes are properly assigned. Okay, so let me just maximize on play and then let's just a nice playthrough over here. So what do we have today? We have a new weapon, the lightning ring, and we have, this is how it looks like. Let me just get a couple of weapons going first. So let's get a knife as well. And let's get a fire one as well. So we've got quite a couple of things going on right now in the game. We've got a fireball. We can add more effects to them later on. So the knives are able to fire multiple times. So it's just really good stuff. And finally, let's show the lightning ring once we level up. So we have the lightning ring, the new edition. See that? So that's the lightning that we have. So the problem now is that the lightning stops appearing after a while, so we're gonna have to address that in the next stream. So and of course the tractor is not working properly. So I'll see you all again. Sorry I couldn't fix everything today. But yeah, so those of you who tune in, thanks for coming in and supporting. I will see you all next week, and I'm probably gonna release summary video of this stream and next stream together. So yes, thanks for joining. I've got to head off right now. Okay, so I'll see you all. Thanks for tuning in.